Alright, we're live. I think, maybe, I hope. There we go. I was here for the last few minutes setting up and I think I never pressed start streaming, which is kind of a major oversight. What about scoring 6-digit numbers? Yeah, happy 2021. It's another semi-prime year. After, yeah, 2018, 2019. Back to semi-primes. Thank you, Leonard102, for the sub. Appreciate it. It's 3v2, you are still subbed. Yeah, so indeed, SCW is not here. Don't know when it's gonna come back, but that's almost ready, quote unquote. Yeah. So usually, can we do Amy countdown? Oh, January 4th. Oh, that's really soon. Okay. Thursday stream 46. It's 2021. I kept thinking that New Year starts tomorrow, but it actually starts today. I play Among Us today. Oh no. Should I play Among Us?
Discord.
Okay. Hide and seek, maybe. What is hide and seek Among Us? If we do Among Us, we will use the voice chat again, yeah. I don't know. I just don't understand that game, I'll be not gonna lie. However, alright. Okay. The heck's that problem? Imposter reveals. I see, so you have to do the tasks before the imposter gets you. We can take a vote when it's time to play games. Which, I don't know how long I'll be doing math today, because I am Okay, so for dotted calculator, PUMaC combo is not specific enough as a problem request. Just saying. Uh... Brazil. Thank you, Chen 199 for the raid. For people who don't know who I am, I'm Evan. This is a math stream usually, or at least it pretends to be a math stream. Usually we do math until I get tired, and then we start playing games instead. It ceased to be a math stream. Those you may know me better on AOPS as Enhance. We stream every night on Fridays. Welcome aboard. Alright. Alright, what other problems are being requested? Some random FE. Oh, huh. That looks actually pretty cool. Yeah, shout out to Chenis199 for a great stream from Yuchan029. Thank you, 3VT, for 1,000 bits. Okay. ISM 885. Oh, I've done 2008-85 already. It's like in the... That's the inequality, right? I'm pretty sure that's in Oda's handouts. Oh, that was a shout out. Oh, sorry. Yeah, shout out to IMO Shortlist 2008-85. Hey. Right. Okay. Shortlist. Okay. How many problems is this? Jeez. Alright. Did I get everything? No. I am missing the FE. Oh god, the beads question looks. Oh my god. Can we draw? Oh my god. Is there more? There's more. Thank you, USAMO, for the follow. Alright, no more, that's it, we're done. Let's start with the left half. Wow, okay, that's actually a little too small. What are your PC specs? Whatever it says on the website. Okay. Okay. Left half. Oh, this is an IMO 5 actually. IMO 1997-5. Not paying attention. Alright, that's pretty clear. Let's see. Camo's definitely... Camo looks like it's definitely getting done today. Camo 5. Okay, that's left half. Right half. We have the FE. USAMO 6. Elmo 1001. PUMaC 2015. One linear FE. I don't. That's not how I interpret linear Usually when someone says linear FE, I think that means it's linear in the F's, not that the solution for F is linear. Oh crap, I put them in the wrong order. No! Apparently they can't easily reorder. Oh, one-liner. Like the solution is one line or the statement is one line? Oh no. The FE actually win. Alright. Alright. Alright, guys, we're doing happy today. Algebra day it is. Okay, now I have to do this the silly introduction, right? We pretend we're starting a YouTube video, so let's see. Oh frick, not that button. That button's really annoying, it clears all the chat. Is it game time now? No, no. Like, we just started! Ide wants to do an intro. Like FTW time? FTW isn't working! I agree it's coming back, but we're not playing it now because it's not online now. Jeez. Baba is you. It's gonna be a while until I play Baba is you again. Because I wanna beat the last levels like in a room with my friends. I think I just decided that. Like I wanna be with my friends when I beat that level. And it might be a while before that's possible for obvious reasons. So have you seen Baba is you Infinite Loop? No, I don't know what that is. That means. Alright. Well, basically, one example is I don't know. I only have 30 to 40 second stream delay. That sounds like a lot of stream delay. Maybe you can try refreshing the page or something. Okay, alright, YouTube intro. Oh, my camera has some delay. I don't know why it does this. I have to reconnect the camera and then like... No, it's fine. Yeah. But Twitch had to intro. I don't know if that will work. Sorry, I just want to steal the thunder. Just have them read Twitch chat. Alright, whatever. Alright, hey everyone, welcome back to another episode of Twitch Solves ISL, where I get to get random problems thrown at me and try to solve them with varying amounts of success. So today we have a problem from the Christmas AMO. So this is a student-run competition. You can find it on, what's the website for it? Does anyone know? Eric Shenton/CMC. So if you want to see where this comes from, why isn't it working? Ah, no, no, stop. There, yeah, that thing. Okay, cool. Yeah, so today's problem goes, let f of x equals x squared minus 2. Prove that for all positive integers n, the iterate f composed n times minus x is not irreducible. I'm not even gonna bother. This just says not irreducible, okay? Oh wait, actually no, it doesn't. It says can be factored into two polynomials with equal degree. So this is not just some standard irreducibility thing. Okay, so doing the intro should be a V-Bucks reward? That's not a bad idea. So x squared minus x minus 2 is equal to just x minus 2x plus 1. And oh my god. Are you trying to redeem no, I'm about to do the outbreak now. We'll do it after the problem. Alright, so what happens if I iterate it twice? This seems like it requires me to do some calculation. Alright, so x to the 4 minus 4x squared plus 4 minus x. Okay, so this does not have any linear roots, I believe. No, it has x equals 2 as a root. Oh, is x equals 2 always a root? Yeah, x equals 2 is always a root. That seems like it's useful to know. Is negative 1 always a root? Minus 1 squared 1 minus 1 minus 1. Yeah, okay, so we already have two fixed points, like x equals minus 1, x equals plus 2 are always roots. And so I don't even care what the other factor is, that just kind of works here. But at this point, we're going to do the thing that cosine. The reason I recognize this right away is because we've done this on stream a few times before. We're going to let x equals 2 cosine z. And then what happens is p of x is equal to cosine. Let's see. So when I iterate f, it takes 2 cosine z to 2 cosine 2z. I believe that's what happens. So we get like 2 to the cosine 2 to the n z minus cosine z. This is what's happening. Okay. Now this has actually this will tell us what a bunch of the roots are. Is that true? Oh, sorry, this is minus 2 cosine z. The 2 is everywhere. So when like for z equals, if z is like what are the roots of this? So if for z equals 0, it has roots at z equals 0, z equals How do you get -1? Is it like... minus 120 degrees is always a root? Or just 120 degrees? Yeah. So I feel like we should just be able to identify a bunch of roots. Oh, this is very annoying. Yeah, I mean... 120 degrees, 240. Is that it? There's some set of roots here. 2 to the n minus 1 in general. The polynomial should just have degree 2 to the n, right? Yeah. Did I say n? Sorry, I meant 2 to the n. So we find roots at these things for k equals any integer k. Sum to product should tell you the roots. Oh, that's so smart. Okay, let's do that. So sum to product is something I never remember. That is okay. That is both hilarious and like depressing. But okay, in order to solve cosine 2 to the n equals cosine z, we will use sum to product formula, and this is true if and only if. Anyone know what this is? Because I sure don't. This 2 to the n. Actually, I think it should tell us the same thing that the thing did. Sine of 2 to the n minus 1 and sine of 2 to the n plus 1, right? Has to be that. Alright, yeah, what a good way to deal with that. Oh, that's a good thing. That's pretty good. Alright, so sum to product gives us this. And thank you, Corella777, for the host. Alright. Okay, so what do I do with this? Okay, so am I missing any roots? I guess that's the question. There's like 2 to the n minus 1 here, and 2 to the n roots. Hang on. No, that's not true. Did I mess up the sum to product? Oh, is there like a factor of over 2 I'm missing? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. These should all say z over 2 and not z. I think, maybe? Yeah, it should be z halves. Yeah, so I need some help counting how many roots I have computed. To the n minus 1. Thank you, data calculator, for 1 bit. 2 bytes. I think that's all of them, right? I don't think we're missing any. This should all of these, and I think we get all 2 to the n. The reason you're off by a factor of 2 is because some of the cosines pair up. Can you express those two factors as polynomials in X? because they may be equal degree. That seems likely. Yeah, so like the minimal polynomial, so of cosine of 2 pi over 2 to the n minus 1. Yeah, it should be this. Omega plus omega. Oh, it doesn't even need to be minimal. Like there's a polynomial whose roots are yeah, like basically I need to put the I just need to put them together, I think, right? Like, so there's 2 to the n minus 1 numbers of form this thing for k equals 0 through, well, let's say k equals 1 through 2 to the n minus 1 minus 1. And there's 2 to the n minus all minus 1. And then there's a single linear factor, like, let me label these as roots. Roots of x equals 0. Or root of 2 cos 0. That's like, yeah. So the claim should be that these two you can put together to make an integer polynomial, and that all of these guys together form an integer polynomial. I think that should be how this boils down. And that's, I think it should just be true. Why is that true? That should just be true. So if zeta is like 2 to the n minus first root of unity, it's the root of a cyclotomic polynomial. And zeta plus zeta inverse is equal to 2 cos frac 2 pi k over 2n minus 1. And now the product across polynomial t minus zeta to the k plus zeta to the minus k across those values of k should do it. Because when you expand, you'll get a symmetric polynomial in the zetas, and because the zetas are roots of the already integer coefficient. Yeah. So this will just work. Like when you expand this from k from 1 through here, you will, yeah, you'll necessarily get an integer polynomial. Actually, you don't need cyclotomy because I'm not even using primitives. Sorry, it's the root. Yeah, it's the root of like t to the 2 n minus 1. I think the only thing you have to do is take out the t equals 1 root, because that's the one that's different. Yeah, but this is a polynomial with integer coefficients. The coefficients are actually all equal to 1. And then when I do a multiplication and do an expansion, you know, life is good. F of x plus 1 over x equals x plus 1 over x squared. I agree. That's equivalent to the cosine thing, right? What you do is you let x equals cosine I theta. If you let x equals cosine I theta, then x plus 1 over x is 2 cosine theta. So things that do like... Yeah, like if I let z equals cos theta... I'll write this out for people who haven't seen it, because this is actually quite important. You let z equals e to the I theta, which is cosine theta, plus I sine theta. Then z plus 1 over z is equal to cosine twice cosine theta. So whenever you see like things of the form x plus 1 over x, you can usually translate them to like trig type things and vice versa. Here the explicit thing is I use cosines, but I could also have written z plus 1 over z instead, and it's like the same thing. Okay, calling this done. I'm a little surprised. I feel like I should know what this polynomial is, but I actually can't tell offhand. I feel like I should know what this expands to, and I actually don't know. It might be like the other type of Chebyshev polynomial? Shrug. Alright, cool. So we have a bunch of ad breaks. For those of you watching on YouTube, thanks for coming by. You don't have to watch the ad breaks. You're welcome. For everyone else on Twitch, here we go. I don't know why people keep redeeming the ad break award. I'm gonna get a jacket. It's kind of cold here. Okay. All right, Effie. Hello, YouTube. Welcome back. We have a functional equation. Yeah, something. I don't know. All right. I'm not gonna bother reading this problem aloud because it doesn't even help if I do. So just read the equation. I don't know, okay? Let's get started. So... Oh no, what do I do? What do I think the solution set is, first of all? Oh my god. You want to start with 1-1? I can't even tell what the solution set is, to be honest. I mean, do constants work? Not really. There's something that bugs me about this, which is that sorry, never mind. I was about to say it doesn't change when you shift things, but that's not true. This a plus b has 2 terms and everything else is 1. Okay, so there's a little bit of shiftings. Alright, f0 squared. So is like x plus 1 gonna work? No, not really. Actually, no, it's fine. 1, 2, 4, 8, 3, 9. Alright, x plus 1. Yeah, that's fun. Okay, so I'm going to like let b equals any let's let b equals 1. B equals minus 1. I'm gonna let b equals minus 1, and the reason is that if I do so, then what do I get? Constant here, 1 minus 2 f minus 1. Constant here, fb plus f of a minus 1 all squared. And what that means is that if I rearrange this, it says, wait, what? B equals minus 1. That's not supposed to happen. Why did it? Oh. Okay, that's fine. Are there any constant solutions? Okay, if I let b equals minus 1, then a lot of stuff cancels. And I get 1 plus 2 f of 1 fa. So either f of minus 1 is 0 or everything is constant. Are there constant solutions? Okay, what would a constant solution look like? 2k squared equals 1 minus 2k squared. K squared. Nope, no constant solutions. Okay, we got one value. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to let b equal 0. And if I let b equal 0, the reason I'm doing this is I'm trying to get it to be a recursion. And I think that'll work. So now that we know minus 1 is 0, 1 minus 2 f0 times fa plus f of a squared. So, f of a minus 1 is like the square root of that thing, I guess. Yeah. Does 1 minus x work as a solution? I better verify that. Or like minus, like the negative. Oh, okay, so minus x plus 1 works. Like if it negate the old thing. And in general, f works if and only if minus f works, because the whole thing is even. Okay, the other thing is that this equation is pretty good. It's like basically a recursion up to like piecewise garbage. Like, so let's get f0. Let's get f0 first. To get f0, Note that 0, comma minus 1 gives some junk. It'll be a quadratic in f of 0, so I don't really care what happens to it. Dun, dun, dun. I want 0, 0. So f of 0 squared equals 1, and because we remarked earlier that f works if and only if minus f works, so let's just assume f of 0 equals plus 1. And now, this equation's true. So, I was aiming for a thing of the form like if you know f of a, then f of a minus 1 is one of two things, but this is actually even better. This will work. It's very explicit. I agree we have a pointwise trap, but is that gonna matter? I want to just call along. It's actually, it's kind of annoying. If I can show injective, I'm done though. Can I get injective? Like if f of a and f of b are equal, or like what happens if f of x equals f of x plus 2? I guess that's very broadly where we're going. I want this to not happen. Or maybe the mod function just works. F of b equals minus b minus 1. Evan, you do not have the entire solution set. I figured, yeah. Like, I think the mod 2 function just works. That was what I was checking until I saw the chat complaining that, like, no, we're not done. Is there a constant solution? 3k squared equals 1 has solutions? What? No, like... Alright, anyways, back to this. Yeah, okay, here. Like, for example, sorry, it's not the mod function. It's something like absolute value of x plus 1. No, not absolute value of x plus 1. Maybe? And just plug recursion. I almost, so, like, we know that it goes up and down. You don't get FA equals plus minus A plus 1 because I suck. Okay, great. Yeah. Like, is it x plus 1 mod 2? Like, like, well, okay, now Twitch chat has told me that there is a nonlinear solution. Is it x plus 1 mod 2? That requires me to do some cases. I think he meant the statement was one line, which, so A even, B even, like so if I look at the solution that's only 0, 1, and it's like x plus 1 mod 2, then it's like 0 squared plus 0 squared equals 1 minus. Yeah. If the equation does not fit on one line, then something is very sad. We'll put it that way. See, I was right. The parity function works. See? I'm not crazy. Everyone was telling me it didn't work. Ah. Da-da-da! I'm getting IMO 2012 4 vibes. Yep. All right, so I'm not crazy, right? This is another solution. Yeah, I agree. Casework on F1 is probably the way to go. Yeah. I agree. That's probably what we should try. Let's see if it's enough to determine the rest of the function. So, so we have two cases. F1 cases F1 equals 2 and F1 equals 0. Anyways, my point is, if f of 1 equals 2 and if f of 1 equals 0, different things happen. Yeah, this is definitely going on monsters. 100%. I agree this is not that bad. I mean, IMO 2012-4 is also not that bad. Not that bad. With quotes. So if f1 equals 2, then when I plug in, right, 1 plus f of b minus 1 squared equals 1 minus 2 f of 1, which is 4 f of b plus f of b plus 1 all squared. Oh geez, does that work? Oh no. Okay, well let's do the f1 equals 2 case because I think that will probably just burn. If we assume that f of b equals b minus f of, like, suppose that b minus 1 is equal to b and f of b is equal to b plus 1, then this equation will solve to something. It'll tell me f of b plus 1 squared is equal to the thing it should be. It'll come out to b plus 2 squared because it has to. And then does absolute value of x plus 1 work? I thought about that. I think I concluded that it didn't, but you should double check that for me. I'm not 100%. I feel like it shouldn't work because like this thing should be allowed to be negative. Whatever that means. Yeah, so that and the other equation tells us f of b plus 2 is either Didn't this talk longer? I mean, I think a problem with this many cases will always take a while. It's for any x greater than... This one I think is fine though. So for if f of 1 equals 2, then you can push it upwards, and f of x will coincide with x plus 1 for all the positive guys. That will... Will that ensure... Okay, I need to double check the... Oh, that should be good enough, right? Now what you can do is you can set b to be a large positive thing, and then the induction downwards will work because you make... if you have a negative value of a, or yeah, if you have a negative value of a that you know, like -1, you put a -1 here, and then you pick b to be a... Oh, there's still a square. Dang it. This absolute... I feel like it shouldn't, because this thing should be negative sometimes. This can like it's plausible. Like, I think something should break if I pick like yeah. You pick a for each negative value of a, to go downwards. Yeah, pick very positive a. Then Chimera BIC for the follow. Or yeah, so to get f of a minus 1 for a strictly less than 0 by induction, we use like b equals big positive number. So then f of a minus 1 squared will be plus or minus a minus 1, but also this thing still works, where consecutive, yeah, so we're fine. Okay, so now let's do the bad case. All right. Okay, the other case. So if I have 0, 1, 0. Oh my god. Alright, well I guess plug in 1 and see what happens, right? Okay, so if it's 0, that's really bad news. Okay, so all the odd numbers are 0. We have that much. And all even inputs are plus minus 1. No P. No PVT? What does PVT mean? No pointwise value. That's an abbreviation? Jeez. Oh, I guess, yeah, okay. In this case, what you do is you plug in, okay, I see. Plug in literally any two even values of f. Just take a and b even. And you get, yeah, as suggested, you get f of a times f of b equals +1. No, just do this. Like, pick two even numbers. This will all trivialize the f of 1 equals 2 case. I don't see why. Otherwise, they're the same. Yep. Yeah, just pick two odd numbers. Okay. We're calling it 2004-6. Oh no. Evan, why did you want us to do 2004 A6? Culture preservation reasons. How'd you do like this? I think it's okay. I mean, I'm not a big FE person, just in general. So you should ask people who actually like FEs, and then maybe they will give you better feedback. I think for FEs this was better than average because I find it usually not very enlightening to prove that an FE only has the solutions you think it should have. But that's just a matter of taste. Alright. I think Shortlist 1991, so... Oh no, this problem looks hard though. Alright. Alright, well, YouTube outro. Thanks everyone for coming. What did you think? Do you think FEs are good? Do you think FEs are bad? Do you think FEs should only have linear solutions on Olympiads? Like, subscribe, leave a comment, blah blah blah. Whatever, yeah. See you next time. Oh, I got an emote. Did I get a different one earlier? I don't think so. Alright, what is this? Did I miss an emote? I'm sorry, I can't I tried scrolling back in chat to see if I missed any, but I don't see one. What else did I miss? Oh yeah. Well, thanks Brian ZJK for the 500-bit cheer about nice. Oh, speaking of nice, like, is any of that... Holy shoot. Is any of the information public yet? Nice. How would you categorize this problem? Like, monster FE? It's an integer FE. Like, if you want to be more specific, it's an integer FE where you actually do want to think of it as a recursion, and then you need to realize that yes, there are non-linear solutions. It's on AOFs. Where can I find it? I actually just don't know any information about it. More contests? Yeah, swap contests. It's in CP. Oh. And someone reported it already. Someone just reported it on spam as I think there's just a lot of frivolous reports. Or I tend to see the frivolous reports because the ones that are like not frivolous are probably resolved. Also, I can't see anything in site support, so yeah. Nice contest.xyz. Nice. Oh man. Wow, what a team. What format did you all decide on for the short answer contest? Does it say? 25 72 hour. Okay. Thank you, data calculator for the chair. Oh my god. Alright, time to delete some posts. That was just some spam to deal with. Okay, whatever. Let's get back to the program. Can you join noise if you're a college student? Presumably someone here does, given that like there's such overlap. Alright, so Stream is frozen for me. Try refreshing, I guess. Okay, let's get started. So, actually, I'm gonna need to get my iPad for this. There's no way I can do this on the Blackboard. Is it just 3D Snake? I agree. It looks like it's just 3D Snake. Oh, what the heck? I need a password. Dang it. No, 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 no. Is it just all PQR? Probably not, because P equals Q equals R equals 1 seems like it doesn't work. That stuff's still left over from last time. Alright. Give reasons for your answers. Yeah, I have no idea. I guess I'll delete that because it's taking up space. I don't know. Alright, intro. Alright, let's do an intro. Alright. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Twitch Solves ISL, where problems are thrown at me and I pretend to know how to do them. So today we have a problem from the I'm a Shortlist from 1990, problem 17, which goes, you have PQR unicubes, which are strong together to a string, and you want to assemble them into a cube. So roughly, if you decompile what's happening, it's like snakes on a. You have a string, and the string doesn't even really matter. Like, it's honestly what happens is you have like a P by Q by R box or something, and starting from one of the cubes, you want to go. This is oh no. How do you draw this? Oh, I got this song, man. I give up. How do you draw cubes? Okay, well, part A is just asking whether you can have a Hamiltonian path on the set of cubes. You want to... like, two cubes share a... it's not even Hamiltonian path, actually. Two cubes share a vertex if and only if they touch anywhere. Just in a P by Q by R cube. So you want to, like... get a path through all the cubes. And unless I'm crazy, I think the answer is just yes. Like, period. Because... yeah, like... for each face, if you have a face, you can go from one corner to the other just by doing a zigzag like this. And then you move to the next layer, and then you keep going. So, yeah, I think the answer is just yes. And the reason for the answer is, like, because it's just yes. Moving on. B might be different. I'm sorry, I feel like I've done something very similar to this before. And the reason is that once upon a time, I had to do this problem. I had to do something which was essentially this problem, but not in 3 dimensions. Rather, I had to do it in, like, n dimensions. This is a little different, I guess, because it's like... let's see. It's a little different here. Can it just pass through the side? No. So what happens is that it's a little different because you have to actually think a little bit about which... I think you care about which vertex. Like, it's not quite just the Hamiltonian path once you require A equals B. Like the path... when you go on the path from cube to cube, you're traveling... you can imagine you're traveling along the space diagonals of the cube. And you need to end up back where you started or something. No, like, for example, like, n equals 1 does not work. Like, or not. Like, if you only have a single unit cube, what happens is the string actually passes from here to here, so it ends at a different vertex. And for similar reasons, if I draw a 2 by 2 grid, I'm not totally sure this will work. Like, if you imagine 2 by 2 by 1. Actually, it's fine. What you do is you go here, 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 here. Yeah, but it's like I have to think a little bit about the. Is the vertex not where the string is? No, that's like, you know, you need like, it's weaker than a snake for the connected bit, but yeah, you're. It's strange. It's kind of strange. But the thing is, like, it doesn't have to, like, you can connect two cubes that are something. So I agree that there should be a parity obstruction if PQR is odd, because if PQR is odd, what happens is, let's just try it. Let's just try the dumbest thing possible and see what happens. So you have to make PQR moves. If you imagine x, y, z coordinates, you starting at like x, y, z, and you change always two of the coordinates, like y plus 1, z plus 1 is one place you can go. Plus minus, the signs might not match. Oh no, sorry, you change all three coordinates in one of the three directions. For choices of sign plus minus signs. Are you the real David Altizio? Evan, are you checking P-sets? I'm sorry, I'm very far. I have 50 in the queue. I am planning to go through them tomorrow morning, if I can get myself to wake up for the sole reason of checking P-sets. I also have like 4 late applications that I've been sitting on for a while. This month is so bad for me because of Mystery Hunt. Yeah, but this part is like where the string goes. Thank you, Hamitao, for the sub. 2-month streak. 5 months total. This is not by cubes. I'm actually looking at the string. Like, the string goes a distance of square root 3 every time. And you need, but also the string passes through cubes, PQR times. So for parity reasons, it will just not work if the PQR is odd. If PQR is odd, then yeah, something. So it probably should just work for PQR even because I have an orthogonal thing, but I need to think a little bit about it because I care about the string. Thank you, DJ Mathman, for the... Were you not following before? What is the exact rephrased problem? It's weird. What's a fresh account? Dubious. Yeah, so yeah. So I think if you have a 1, I think it's enough to like deal with this 1 by 1. This is so annoying to draw. Oh my god. Nope, nope. Alright. So, I'm not even going to draw the 2 layers. Just imagine... So we have PQR is even. Imagine like these vertices here, like, are on the top layer and the others are on the bottom layer. Wait, actually, it's even fine if things repeat, right? Oh no, but it does have to be a... Actually, I can let graph theory do this for me. Like, Eulerian somethings, right? But I have to be... This corner is a problem, actually. Evan, do you have a drill, some string, and some wooden beads? I have a drill. I have... I mean, I guess I have a string-ish like thing here. I don't have wooden beads though. Sorry. Okay, so actually if you have like a 1 by 1 by even, it doesn't work, right? Thank you, you disgust me for the follow. Actually, I think like a 3 by 4 by 1 will also fail. I agree even by odd is okay. Because if this table had like was a 4 by 6, then I could draw the picture I'm trying to draw and it would work, and then you could just stack copies of it. But even by odd seems not good. I actually think there's a parity obstruction. Like if I have a parity obstruction to like 3 by 4 by 1 even, I think. Which is a case that seems like you should be able to do it until you start actually trying to do it. Because a string can only hit corners of a certain type, right? Yeah. I think a parity argument will even just... Yeah, I think parity argument will also kill the even... This is like even by even, odd by odd. The picture I'm drawing is of like 3 by 7 by 1 here. No, 4 by 7 by 1. And what happens is you look at the corners, and the corners are all of a certain parity. Like they're either all even or all odd. Let's say all even. Then what you see is there are certain cubes for which the only all even thing is like, yeah. You can, so for the even by odd case, you can find you can find two cubes for which only one corner is usable. And that's bad. because then the string is kind of like stuck. If two of P and Q are even, I believe that you can do the construction. And the reason is that this picture I'm drawing here, where you will have to imagine, you have to use your imagination a little bit because, like, I can't draw 3D, sorry. But this picture won't work. Or will work. So this is a thing where I can string a layer that's like 4 by 6 by 1, and I can stack copies of this to get 4 by 6 by any. So I believe the case where 2 of PQR are even is just fine. And then if there's even by odd, then what you do is you use coordinates again. And there are corners, there are corners which are not all usable. Okay, so I believe that'll do it. That was less bad than I thought it would be. I thought the construction would be super annoying. I wasn't expecting this parody thing at the bottom. This makes me happy because it's much easier for me to prove something's not possible than to actually construct it. Alright, we did it! Alright. Amazing. Alright. Alright, hope that was at least slightly informative. Yeah, we'll take another vote for the next problem. And see you all next time for those of you on YouTube. Okay. Alright, what problems are sitting? Yeah, that was a lot less annoying than I expected it to be. When I first looked at the problem statement, I was like, oh, this is not gonna be fun. But it actually turned out to be quite good. Alright, so, okay, we'll go back to the character selection screen, alright? Back here, and I'll comment out the problems that we finished so we have a little more space on the board. What's the Vim shortcut to comment out the selection? I never remember. Let's see. Thank you, Queen Witty, for the follow. Visual block. I didn't know that was a thing. Alright, cool. I learned something new today. Thank you, Data Calculator, for a cheer. Alright, so let's put the few more. Thankfully, today's problems have not been too bad. There's some streams where like the only problems people give me are like 3 6s, and then it's just like train wreck. Yeah, I agree that USAMO problem actually looks really cool. Well, we'll see what people want to do. Did you enjoy Ultimate's CAMO problem? I think it was okay. It's very split. Do streamers earn money from cheers? Yes, for every bit you cheer, I get 1 cent richer. You know, you're supposed. Alright. Alright. Alright, give the people what they want. Give the people what they want, except people are weighted by whether or not they subscribe to the stream. Capitalism. Oh, I missed the request. Oh, but I've done that problem before anyways. Subscriber votes are worth triple, I think. All right. Alright, hey everyone, welcome back. Today we have a USAMO 6 from the 90s. Okay, sorry. I'm going to interrupt the intro to say, give a reason for the answer. The answer was because it was yes. Alright. Alright, hey everyone, welcome back. We have another USAMO number 6 from 1998, where n is a given integer, and you want to find the maximum number of circumscribed quadrilaterals that you can get using vertices from these k guys. Sorry, from the n vertices. So, let's see. N equals 4, like 1. So n equals 5. I guess the question is, like, is there an obstruction to... You have a general... pentagon? So I guess the question is there a reason why I think that it's not possible for all of them to be circumscribed? And I definitely have to use like the convexity or whatever. So a quadrilateral, by Python's theorem, a quadrilateral is circumscribed if and only if the opposite sides add to the same thing. And so here I have 10 blue segments drawn. If it was actually the case that all the blue segments were equal length, then all 5 quadrilaterals would be okay. That's definitely not what's happening, because like you can't make a convex quadrilateral in 3D space with that property. Like an equilateral pentagon will never have yeah, equilateral pentagon will never have that property. But why? Thank you, Nuke Launcher, for the cheer. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you, Dotted. I have to use convex somehow, actually. Okay, well, let me think a little. If I have a pentagon, how many can I get? I mean, I can definitely get 2. I can probably get 3, honestly, if I make things symmetric enough. Or maybe not. Isosceles trapezoids are not necessarily circumscribed. Like, it's not how many cyclic quads can you get, it's how many inscribed can you get. So it is true that all, like, regular polygons actually do okay. If you have a hexagon, every kite is circumscribed. Yeah, regular pentagon gives 0. I agree. But a regular hexagon is okay. A regular hexagon will get 6-ish, I think. Well, okay, here's an estimate actually. If I have two given, so suppose I have this, suppose I have a polygon, it's like some blob. It's convex actually, so I should draw it more convex. And you have two sides, and I want to figure out what the fourth vertex is. The locus of points the fourth vertex could be is given exactly by a hyperbola. So there are at most 2 points that you can use. No, actually, it's signed. At most 1. Is Pentagon 2? I feel like is it that small? Oh, wait, also, I'm not reading the question. Oh man, I did the whole intro and I didn't even read the question correctly. It's asking AI plus 1, AI plus 2, AI plus 3 specifically. So like 4 consecutive vertices. Oh no. I'm solving the wrong problem. So it's 4 consecutive vertices, not just 4 generic. So that changes things. So, okay, let's look at the pentagon again. Actually, for pentagon, it doesn't change anything, but for everything else, it changes things. So 3VT said something about sharing a side not being very good. Sharing two adjacent sides? Why not? I don't see why n equals 5 had to be k equals 1. In fact, or k equals 2. Like, you're claiming that this shape that I've drawn never occurs, but I don't see why that's so. It would be nice if it was true, but I don't see why. Didn't you say hyperbola or something? I was trying to do something different where I was like given to... Oh, actually, no, you're right. There's a the locus of points for which the difference is equal is like some hyperbola branch. And a hyperbola branch won't intersect... Oh, I did have this. Yeah. Hyperbolas should intersect a convex polygon in at most one vertex. Is that true? I feel like that requires some justification. It's not quite a hyperbola. It's contained in a branch of a hyperbola. So the point is, like, given two vertices, you look at the locus of points for which, like, this minus this is like a fixed constant. This is given by a hyperbola. That looks like that. And the other branch, but we don't care about the other branch. And I want to show that I can't have like three vertices. I want to show if I have like three vertices on this branch, then it's not convex or something like that. I think that's just true because if I have 3 points on a hyperbola, something bad happens. Oh, but these are supposed to be consecutive sides, so like everything should be on one half of the line. So like this is getting very abstract. I don't know what the answer yet is, but I suspect it's like about half of them is my guess based on this fact that I think it's very unlikely that you can have Yeah, I think this shouldn't happen, but I can't prove it. Maybe I can though. Like, I should just draw a hyperbola and think some more about it. Maybe it can happen if I distort this picture enough. Like, is this like, I guess that's a pentagon. Sort of. Can... Oh shit, I'm not scrolled. Is that a convex pentagon? Is... I... Thank you, Dotted, for 1 bit cheer. We'll get to the tournament, that's fine. Haven't you already proved 4n/2? Well, I mean, if you look on the board, there is a picture that looks plausibly like a pentagon for which the 2 quadrilaterals share adjacent sides. So, like, I don't know. I didn't get any equation. I'm using the definition of a hyperbola as like a locus. This should obviously not work. I don't think it's obvious. I mean, does this picture look that wrong? Okay, you know what? There's a way to settle this. Let's settle this. Oh yeah, actually that looks pretty bad. If D is on the hyperbola, then the whole hyperbola is contained in angle IADC. Why is that true? This is like just true. I mean, probably, but like, why? I do agree. I when I drew the thing on the Miro, I got the impression it was probably actually true, or might not be true. But now that it's in GeoGebra and the diagram is perfect, I agree. I agree it should be true, but I don't see how you prove it. Like I agree that. Like asymptote stuff. You're really not helping here. Well, I mean, of course it's true. Okay, I don't know. Maybe one way we can try to give a airtight proof is to look at this ray DE. Like, in a convex quadrilateral, they can't intersect AB. The tangent to the hyperbola is there, and it hits B, and then, like... If you said what 3VT said without any further reasoning, like, probably. Like, of course we know it's true. Like, here, the Riemann hypothesis is definitely true as well. But, like... No, like, you have to actually prove things. Like, you can't just say they're obvious when, like, there's something to prove. 529. If the proof was easy, then you can not say it. But if the proof is not easy and you don't state the proof, then, like, I don't know, what do you expect? Thank you, 5/2020 for the follow. It's clear that segment dx of hyperbola lies on one side of CD, yes? Wait, what is that? Let's be the apex of hyperbola. I mean, I think the argument is probably something like here. Honestly, the tangent argument might be easiest. Like, so you consider the tangent. I think as I vary E, there's a bijection between like points on the hyperbola and let's say like the line A. AC is probably easiest. So there's a bijection between like points. Like, if I fix D, there's a bijection between points on the hyperbola, E, and, like, the line AC. And it's continuous except for situations where DE is parallel. That's one place it can be not discontinuous. Or when it's parallel to the asymptotes. I.e. when is it that true? I'm nothing here, but... Actually, I think it's just continuous on this branch. If I On this branch, it's a bona fide continuous function. But when d equals b, it will... Why does it not pass through A?
Evan, you should check the chat.
And proof 80 doesn't intersect the right half again. I mean, isn't that literally equivalent to the thing we're at? I mean... '80 intersects the left half once. Let's see. So when you have a hyperbola, okay. That should be true, yeah. So the hyperbola will cut the plane into 3 regions. A is in the leftmost region, D is on the boundary between the middle region and the right region. Like, or use AC as like an oriented, yeah. Yeah. And so 80 intersects the hyperbola again. Wait, why does that work? Yeah, I mean, this should be floor and halves for sure. There should be a bound of floor and halves for sure because no two. Let me share a side. Like you can't have them share that many sides, but D. Oh, that is a much better way to do it. So this hyperbola garbage. Yeah, okay, fine. I mean, yeah, that looks like it works. Okay, that means I can close GeoGebra. So claim all possible A1, A2, A3, A4, and A2, A3, A4, A5 are circumscribed. Okay, and if that's just, we've decided that should be true. So there's a bound, there's always a bound of floor and halves. Now the question is, can I achieve the bound? Can you just do greedy? I feel like you just do greedy at this point. Like... Oh, this is really annoying to draw. Ah, undo. No, what the heck? It's just out of battery. God damn it. Why does this always happen? But yeah, I agree that something like this should work. Odd end case should be the easy case, actually, I think. If you could probably, it's honestly probably easiest if you make them cyclic or something. Wait, are isosceles trapezoids ever circumscribed? Like, I'm trying to think, can you just make it an isosceles trapezoid and be done with it? Yeah, I had that thought, but... I agree this works for the odd case. I'm actually worried about the even case because then you also need it to close up exactly. It should be okay, I think. This only works for even. Wait, what? The heck? Wait, how do you know? What the heck? Like for any no, what? You can't do that. What? Like you want a construction that looks like this for some right? And then you want to make it such that one of the isosceles trapezoids is cyclic. I don't know. Are any of them cyclic? I feel like this doesn't work. Take the unit circle. No, what? No, it's not the cyclic. We're trying to get them inscribed. A lot of isosceles trapezoids have inscribed circles. Yeah, but like I need a do I not need like a 60-degree angle or something? Oh, I'm moving the wrong one. I see. Okay, okay, fine. So I fix. I fixed that one and then I moved this length. And then it's okay. Fine. And then if I have like n equals 7 or something, then instead I why can I erase the black guys? What? Okay, so I can if I fix 3 things here and then I pick the red vertex here. Wait, what? Hang on. Something's weird. Something feels weird to me. The idea was that we try to vary this length, and then I'm not convinced the monotonicity of these functions is going the right way. Like, I have a guy of fixed length, and the others two. There's like 3 lengths that are varying, right? There's like x, x. Like something like this. And this angle is fixed to be 120 degrees. It's like 60 degrees, whatever. You can vary them, and you want like y plus z equals 2x. I am concerned that y plus z seems like it should. There is something to do here, right? Like, it's not just going to work, right? Depends on the length. Okay, okay. When A1, A2, A3, A4 is the square, we overshoot. The heck? You don't need 60 degrees. How do you know it closes then? Oh, if we're not putting them on a circle, like, does the polygon, like, close itself? So it's on a circle. Like, what? Yeah, I mean, some people just don't have patience. Whatever. But here's the problem with what you're saying, okay? Like, if you aren't restraining it to lie on a circle, then you are constructing the sequence of points. In order for a point to have a continuity argument work, you have two parameters that you need to get working out. You're restraining on a circle. Wait, so then what's wrong with this picture I'm drawing? No, I drew it on a circle and you started telling me, like, no, you don't have to worry about the circle. 60 degrees is not needed. Oh, yeah, I'm assuming n equals 6 right now. I'm just trying to draw an n equals 6 picture. I mean, it works for the 60-degree angle here because if I make x the full length, then it's like fine. Okay. Do I get the right, so red, I think this should work in general. Ah, frick. No, can you let me, try to do the problem? Like, I had a thing that was going to work, and then you started arguing with me about it until I got so confused I thought it wasn't on a circle anymore, and then you told me, no, it's on a circle. If it's on a circle, this part should be fine. I just need to think about it for a few minutes. Like, I don't know, like... Okay, anyways. If x is here, this, let's see. So x is non-negative. S goes to 0, the sign goes one way. If I push x all the way, then it's like 0 plus 2x is greater than whatever this length is. Dotted. This w. Yeah. Yeah, so then this is fine. What you say is like by triangle inequality, if I push, let me clean this up. Yeah, so this length is always less than 2x by triangle inequality. So you can vary the length of these red segments, and then you'll get the PyTorch exactly at some point, because here, if you let x to 0, this side is clearly larger, because when, like, this... If you let x to 0, this side is smaller. If you let x all the way to this side, then you get this one, the two blue ones, and the long blue one. So this side is clearly larger. Okay, yeah. So that will settle all the even n. And I was trying to say, I just wanted to squeeze in like one more vertex, right? So if I do... Can I not just do this? if I put like one here, one here, one here. So like for example, for n equals 7, right? I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 1, 2. So I actually need the first two vertices to still kind of work or something like that. Jeez, that's so annoying. Yeah, okay. So do you still want to do, is it still going to be a isosceles trapezoid type thing? Yeah, actually something like this should work, right? So you pick this such that these are isosceles trapezoids, and then for the last one, you just take this hyperbola or something. Actually, I think the cleanest thing to do is like inscribe it in like circle with a certain diameter. That way, it's you don't like the hyperbola step becomes a little bit easier. Where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 can go on the circle. Ah, I missed. Hey, what is help? So we'll take this one and so shoot. These are isosceles trapezoids that you rig such that you rig these such that they're isosceles trapezoids by before, and if you want one, hang on, what? I need one more, right? I want A5, A6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, come on. Dang it. 1, 2, 4, 6. Let's make 1, 2, 4, 6 fixed. This should be about the same argument. Okay, so you make isosceles trapezoids. Wait, why am I so bad at this? No! Whatever. Okay, we can just have the hyperbola intersect. Yeah. A6. And then I need to make just one more, so make it like 3, 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7, 1 or something. And Yeah, if this is a diameter, then there's some chord that I can draw that will have a circle inscribed in it. Again, by continuity, because when I have A7 equals A6, red plus green is larger than blue. But if I have it at A7 equals A1, then the blue part is clearly longer. So then you vary this one as well. Alright, that's fine. Is that right? Yeah, that should be fine. Yep. Opera trip. Okay, so if you don't know what mute me does, then I will refund your points because I'm nice. Mute me means that I mute you for 10 minutes, so you can't talk for those 10 minutes. I don't know why people redeem it, but some people redeem it knowing full well what it does. So I haven't deleted it. Yeah. I am a little disappointed by this problem. I'm not gonna lie though. Like, I was expecting something pretty cool, but I feel like nothing that surprising happened. It was just like, the hyperbola statement was just like definitely true. Oh wow, I didn't draw the diagram. Show the diagram. Something. Yeah, like I just feel like we just had this hyperbola out there. Like we know it's true, and it's just annoying to prove. Like we have to prove it, but it's annoying to do so. And then the construction's just like, yeah, like it's fine. You just gotta construct it. All right, good night, Carla. Also, I'm very glad I didn't have to write this up. Yeah. I feel like during a contest, this would be super annoying to write up. Thankfully, we have like the nice proof that two consecutive things don't work, like by just continuity and, or not just by length chasing and then citing triangle inequality. But the continuity argument for the PyTorch is also super annoying to write up properly, I think. Hardest problem on stream. I've gotten problems on stream that I just outright gave up on because I was like, I'm not getting anywhere and I don't want to waste everyone's time. The longest solved was TSTST 2013-9. That took about 3 hours of stream time. Yeah, Jadon's problem. Yeah, Jadon's problem was just like, no, we're not getting anywhere. I think we're done. But the longest one that we actually solved was TSTST 9. Okay, PUMaC combo. I don't know. We'll find out real soon. I want to compile. Oh. We spent so long on that problem that my compiler stopped, like, it quitted from inactivity. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so yeah, we finished it. Honestly, I think I spent more time arguing with ReVT than actually working on the problem. Hey. Construction. I don't know. I think it was just sort of like we had a sense what the construction was supposed to be the whole time, and I was just not fast enough with the details. I don't know. I just wanted, if it's going to close up, why would you not draw the circle first and do the continuity with the points that are... If you know where the points are going to end up, why don't you fix those points and then use the others for the continuity argument, right? Like, you know where A3 will... where A3 is going to be. Why don't you just fix it and vary only A2? Why do you want to vary the whole trapezoid? I can tell, because... Yeah, also the stream delay is real... Yeah. Stream delay is real bad. Alright. YouTube intro? Yeah. I'm also supposed to do YouTube outros, but I was so tilted from the last problem that I forgot to do it. So, alright. Alright, everyone, welcome back. We have, on this fine New Year's, a problem from PUMaC 2015, which has been suggested for the stream many, many times, despite the fact that the stream is called Twitch Solves IMO Shortlist, and we haven't done an IMO Shortlist problem in like the last, like, I don't know how many streams right now, but here we are. So, graph theory. In a tournament with 2015 teams, each team plays, and it's a tournament. Okay. And then for every group of 6, there is one team that dominates all of them, or one team that, is beaten by all of them. Whatever. And if the teams are indistinguishable, what is the number of distinct imbalanced tournaments that can occur? Now, there's a question in the literature that you can ask that's called, how many tournaments are there up to isomorphism? And as far as I know, there's no way to answer that question. So the answer to this is going to... Something's up here, because, like... Alright, before I go on, it was pointed out to me that we solved the shortlist problem today, and I completely forgot about it because I spent too much time playing, working on the previous problem. But we solve shortlist sometimes, but by now, like, I would say, like, maybe 1 in 10-ish problems are shortlists. The issue being that I've done too much of the recent shortlist, and people suggest the problem, and I'm just like, I've done it before. Anyways. Okay, so, there's one tournament. A transitive tournament works. I think an almost transitive tournament will work as well. Like if I flip one edge or something. Maybe? I'm not sure. Like if you flip an edge that differs by almost 4. Yeah. So I mean there are solutions. Okay. When FTW beta is out, there will be no countdown round. Is that true? I wasn't aware of that. I mean, we can do 1v1 FTW. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about what the new FTW is going to look like. But I guess so. Okay. Flip and edge with difference at most for difference post set. I think you should think of it as a tournament. I think it doesn't help to translate it to a post set because the point about using a post set is when you don't have every relationship. A tournament is a special kind of post set, but it's sort of like an integer is a type of real number, but it usually doesn't help very much to like translate your number theory problems into real number problems unless you're bounding. Okay, so that's not a great analogy. But is it no number theory bounding? Like, no. Or give you that idea? It was a joke, oops. I know. I think all the other viewers got on. So, okay, tournament has no cycles of length 6 or more. I think that's true. I think. So, okay, tournaments have a... There's a decomposition tournaments. I forget what the name is, but I feel like I want to... Alright, so we're gonna bring a big hammer. So, according to USATST 2009 problem 6, which I definitely don't happen to know for no reason, if a tournament has no 6 cycles, then you can rank them such that all the inverted arrows are... What do you think? I'm sorry. This might not kill the problem, but I think it says that every example was contained in the types that we've already found. My dream of no Olympiad is not occurring. Sorry. Can you stream Among Us? Maybe. We'll see if people still actually want to play Among Us when after we're done with... This is probably the last problem for today. I only do it if there's like an overwhelming number of people who want to play Among Us because I don't like the game. I'm sorry. Anyways. Yeah, so you can rank the players, and every player beats anyone like with rank difference at least 6. Yeah. I think I need a little more structure than this, though. It's not. I think it's not the case that. It's still annoying. Like, if I have 2 inverted arrows. What the f. Is it possible the answer is 0? No. Like one example is just a straight tournament where you rank the players and the stronger player wins. That always works. Another example is the same tournament, but you flip just one of the edges. You flip the edge from like, I don't know, 6 to 7 or something like that. So you have one upset. And I believe the property is still true. Can you flip one of them? Actually, hang on. Does the flipped edge thing work? Why is there a block called Power Overwhelming? It's just a tip-off. It's just a reference to StarCraft. In StarCraft, there's these units called Archons. They're really big, and they have a lot of shields, and they do some splash damage. They're just kind of pretty good units, and they say Power Overwhelming. Hang on. So can you flip the 6 to 7 edge, actually? If you flip the 6 to 7 edge, but then you take the set 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 loses to everyone. Okay. If you take the... Yeah, someone either... Okay, yeah. Someone either beats all of them or... Yeah, that's fine. So I think you can flip like a few edges. You can flip a 6, 7 edge, and then you can flip like the 100, 101 edge, and I think it's still okay. Like, if you take... maybe not actually. Alright, let me think this through. So suppose I like flip 6, 7 and like 100, 101. And those are the only flipped edges. Then a counter example would be 6, 7, 8, 9, 100, 101. Is that correct? No, 100 loses to everyone. Maybe you can flip like at most 3 edges or something. Three edges and they don't overlap? Oh my god, this is annoying. Have you heard of Untitled Bedlam? I don't think so. 1 beats all except 3, 2 loses to 1. Yes. It's just I feel like the number of flipped edges is spiraling out of control even with these constraints. Like I have this fairly strict ordering. Most of the players have most of their matches determined. But maybe prove that only one group of 6 can be different? Is that true? Wait, does this... I feel like this example works though, right? Like this is an example where 6, 7... Oh, wait, maybe it doesn't work. What if I pick the numbers like 6... No, I think this example's fine. The flip-in edge from a seeded tournament doesn't actually work? Wait, what? Why not? What's the failing example? Oh, flipping 6 to 7. I see. Okay, that's fine. I see. It's still a transitive tournament. Yeah, it's actually the same thing. So, flipping an consecutive edge like that does nothing. So I should just ignore it. If I do 6 to 8, I allow a 3 cycle. So I've been doing this notion of cycle, but here's a different question. If I actually have 6 vertices and there's no source and there's no sink. Like every vertex goes out. There is a cycle. Is there always a Hamiltonian cycle? I think the answer is no, but the construction is you take 2, 3 cycles and then do something. So in that case, the tournament has a triangle. Like there's a directed triangle. I think 6 is small enough that I suspect this is what's going on, actually. Yeah, you can't have 6 cycles. That's just forbidden. If you have a group of 6, though, there are cycles. Like, I want to claim something like the following. Like, a bad set of 6 either has 3 cycles. Like, either it has a triangle, or it has a 6 cycle. That's definitely false. What am I talking about? You can have like a 5 cycle and then like some... Can you? 6 is 3 plus 3. Okay. So I think it's something like this. I either... There's always a triangle in a bad set. A bad set always has a triangle, actually. USAMO 1984 is similar, maybe. What is USAMO 9? I don't know if that's that related. That's like an undirected graph. This one's that are like a tournament. Why can't I? I don't know. Sum of all the cycles is less than 6. That sounds reasonable. So here's a theorem. I'm gonna state a theorem, and I'm not 100% sure about it. I remember seeing something like this, but it's been long enough. I'm not super confident in the exact statement, but it seems like the kind of structured result I want. Every tournament can always be decomposed in the following way. You can write it as a bunch of blocks. You know, maybe there's a bunch of blocks. And then inside each of the blocks is a full cycle. Like it has a Hamiltonian cycle. Yeah, and all of them have to be size less than 6. But in addition, actually, I think the sum of the non-trivial ones has to be less than 6 or something. Yeah, so the component sizes are never equal to 2. The component size is never equal to 2 because, I mean, you need a cycle. The ones aren't interesting. So if you have any 3s, if you have 2 that are 3s, 3 plus 3 equals 6, then you extract 2 triangles from them and you can get this shape. Which is really bad. Then that dies. Also, if you have a cycle of length 6, then you take the 6 cycle. Alright. Okay, alright. I have to spill the beans. I was going to save this lemma for like a mob test this year because this lemma is really cute and also people don't know it's true. The following statement is true. Lemma. In a tournament, if there is a k plus 1 cycle, there is a k cycle. Yeah, I have to use the lemma now. I was really trying to not use it because I wanted to save it for a mock test this year, but I think I have to use it. So this lemma is true. Tournaments that have k+1 cycles don't have k cycles. And... surprise! This could be a 2021 present. I guess I gotta post this on Facebook or something. I was so trying to not use it, but I really have to use it. This is true. I think... yeah, alright. You can call it the Twitch lemma, and then, like, no one will have any idea what you were talking about. Okay, so, yeah, so that's why all of them are less than 6. Also, yeah, if there's a 5 cycle, there's a 3 cycle, and 3 plus 3 equals 6, and that's not good for you. So, up to isomorphism, the set of tournaments is exactly given by, like... Well, it's like, you have a blob here, and there's like a 5 cycle. Or, this number can be 3, 4, or 5, and then the other numbers are like, just on a line. Yeah, so there can only be 1 cycle. So, I drew it with 5 here. And... I'm so sad I had to give it away. I like... to prove it, I think look at the proof of like USA TST 2008-6. Like, it's embedded inside the proof. Well, actually... Here, let's do the following. Because right now there's no reference for it, so... Hang on. Evan, name it before someone else does. I think I've named too many things. Alright. You should call it the Twitch lemma, so I can increase my viewing count. Okay, anyways, yeah, so now you can extract by counting. I have to figure out how many... This is like 2 to the 5, I guess. And then there's like 2 squared, and then 2 to the 1, and then plus 1. So, I will try to extract the answer and probably fail. So one fully ordered triangles. There's 2012 nodes, not in the triangles. 2013 triangles. And 2012 times 2 squared with a 4 cycle. And 2011 times 2 to the 5th with a 5 cycle. Yeah. So if I add these up, then hopefully I get the right thing. Let's find out. God, I'm really nervous. I probably messed something up. It's wrong. Alright, what did I mess? Way too big? Do some of them not work? Oh shoot, some of them are no. Okay, so this is 2 to the 1. No, this is just 1. There's only one way. Oh, that's nasty. Okay, for 2 to the 5, are there isomorphisms? Oh my god, I have to count. Okay, so 2 to the 5. Help. There can be a 5 cycle inside it, or... Oh no. So, okay, someone just tell me how many there are for 5Ks, please. Oh no. 9? Alright, thanks. I will take your word for it. This is really nasty. I feel like even if I solve the problem, I would probably screw up this casework at the end. Two, 2, 1, 2, 5. It's not 9? Okay, alright, let's count it, let's count it. So we always have something going like this, and there's one case where they all go like this, so like by 2s, and there's one case plus reverse. Otherwise, we can assume there's at least one edge that goes plus 2 and one edge that goes plus 3. Actually, there are a number of plus 1. Okay, let's do it this way, actually. Like, each of these edges can be either in plus 2 or plus 3. So, we make a table. Plus 2, plus 3. And it can be all 5, 1, 3, 2, 1, 0, 0, 1. Okay, so this case is 1, this case is 1, this case is 1, this case is 1. Here I need to pick 2 edges, and they can either intersect or not intersect, right? Those are the... I guess it's like actually, because 5 is odd, each edge can be forward or backwards. This is the way to think about it. You can think of like forward, this is like backwards. And then you want to know how many ways you can place the edges up to a rotation isomorphism. So if I want to pick 2, I can either have them intersect or I can have them not intersect. So I think it's 2 here and 2 here. But that's 8. You told me it was 9. Is it 9? I'm getting 8. Okay. Someone told me this was 9 though. but I think it should be 8. You got 6. That's not good. The case where like, do some of these cases collapse on each other? I don't think so. There's only one 5 cycle in. Do some of these collapse? Like, are some of these Gauss isomorphic? Okay, is there ever more than one 5 cycle? 2 plus 2. Oh no. Some of them collapse. Jeez, why did they ask up to isomorphism? That makes the problem harder, not easier. Okay, 6 in? 2 of them collapse, maybe? "2015 choose 5 hard." Oh, that's true. Oh, okay, someone just tell me what the number is, because I don't think I care enough to figure out how many isomorphism classes there are. No, it's 9! The website says 9! No! Alright, what did I... The website is wrong? Oh. It's at most 8. I'm very sure it's at most 8 because you can make this table. My head is blocking a part? Oh. That appears to be true. Yeah, Twitch chat is saying that the website is wrong, and I think I agree. I think I do not think there are 9 isomorphism classes. Alright, so 6. Alright. We'll say it's 6. Yeah, so the website's not even correct. Alright, that's how you know the problem is too hard. Because let me tell you, the author definitely has more time than the contestant. And also some other advantages, so... That's how you know no one solved it. Come to think of it... Oh no, I just graduated. So I was probably there as a volunteer, just chilling. I don't know if I was there. Yeah, I was not there as a student. Is it 6, 8, or 9? I'm told it's 6. I believe it. I think it's at most 8. It's probably strictly less than 8, and Dotted has been counting carefully and thinks it's 6. So we're going to go with 6. Yeah, 2014. Oh wait, it's PUMaC in the fall. Haha. Yes. Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. We did it. All right. You guys learned a new lemma today. Yeah, for people that are wondering. Yeah, for people that are wondering, I just posted the following on Facebook. What is the story behind it? I don't know. I mean, I found out the lemma was true while I was doing the TST problem I mentioned. And I was like, wait, this is true? And I talked to a few of my friends, and they were like, oh, we didn't know that was true either, but that seems like it's useful to know. So I've been holding on to it for like 3 or 4 years because I wanted to use it on mob test. But now the cat's out of the bag, so here we are. This is actually going to appear somewhere. It makes for a good stream, so I'm not that bad about it. I feel like if I put it on a mob test, there's probably a couple people that have seen it before, and it's like, well, no. Oh well. No, you can't use it on a contest anymore because I live streamed it on Twitch. Like, if a problem is live streamed to the general public, you cannot use it on a contest, I'm pretty sure. Unless it's like an Otis mock. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I should use it on an Otis mock like in 2 years. By then, maybe people will remember it. AMC. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Actually, my timestamp in my database is 2016. So I've been holding on to this for 5 years. I apparently just haven't. I should have put it on last year's test. Wasn't thinking. Oh well. Yeah, now whenever you see a graph theory problem with the tournament, you can try to cite the Twitch lemma. So we're going to have a bunch of posts on that USA TST problem with like by the Twitch lemma, and then everyone's just going to be like, what the heck is going on? Please someone do that right now. You have to solve the problem first. Someone has to solve the problem and then quote the Twitch lemma in their solution just to mess with the reader. Brazil MO. Alright. We'll do one more. What's the Brazil problem? Brazil. Oh god. It's CAMO. Nah. Oh. I don't know if I have the energy to work on this. Thank you, Hector HSC, for the follow. Why not Elmo 2013? Yeah, I'm feeling pretty tired. Oh my god. Because I don't do daylight saving. Yeah, daylight saving's the worst. It's such a pain. Just messes everything up. People still want to play Among Us? Okay, alright, let's take a poll. We'll do it the democratic way. Where's my poll over there? Let's add Hollow Knight in. I haven't played that in a while. Oh frick, I forgot. Okay, hang on. We'll add the scribble. Huh, okay. Rip Hollow Knight. I'm gonna play Hollow Knight one of these days just because the game is so pretty. I want an excuse to play it, but I guess that day is not today. Alright, that is majority? Plurality? I never. Which one is which? I don't remember. Which one is the one that means more than half? Majority? Okay. Alright, so what's our word bank? Is it shortlist? (2016 to 2020) shortlist. The thing is, we've done USAMO before, and it kind of... The thing is, there's not that many problems, so after a while... We can try recent shortlist. How about that? Okay, so I'm going to... Like, last 10 years of IMO shortlist. The problem is I don't know exactly where... It's annoying to write a script that generates the words. Alright, well, we can just do this. Well, we'll just write the script. And it will require us to do some research. Alright. Don't make it guessable. I'll try... It's scribble.io, but we're going to start by setting up the word list. Alright, so... Let's do 2010 to 2019 for S in ACGN. Yeah, we'll send it via chat. I mean, we're gonna just have not guessing on the... It also tells you if you're one letter off, so what should I do? Like, repeat the letters? This should be able to be turned off. Is that a setting? I don't think there's a setting for it, though. So what can we... Like, we can do some... Well, okay, to start, while getting that, can someone in the chat help me get the max numbers for the shortlists? So, like, how many A, how many C, how many G, how many N? I remember 2018 was like 7... 2016 should have been 8888. I think. I'll start from the back. Seven, 9, 8, 8. Why not just do 1 through 5? Because I am perfectionist, okay? I want to do things right. 8, 8, 8, 8. Six, 7, 8, 8. Thank you. 2011 is 7, 7, 8, 8. Six, 8, 6, 7. Twenty 10 is 8766 or 8776. What's 2014? I know there's a 9, that's all I remember. 6, 7, 8, 8. 6, 9, 7, 8. Alright, wonderful. So, what's our way that we can prevent Scrabble from being dumb? Should we just have it repeat the problem like the relevant bits? Yeah, we can do the last. Yeah, we can repeat everything a bunch of okay, so we'll just print, we'll have the word shortlist as filler. Percent D, percent S. We found a way last time? Because it randomly reveals some characters, right? Like after some time. So I wanted to reveal increase the chance that the revealed character is not useful. let's see. 1, 2. Yeah, we can increase time, yeah. So we're going to have it repeat. I want to use answer as the clue phrase, and then, because that feels a little more natural. And then you type the last digit of the year twice. Crap. D equals n percent 10. This is last digit of year. And for J in range. Okay, so this is last digit of year. And then the string is ACGN subject. And the problem number is little n. And then percent DD, DSS, and N. Alright, I have oh. Alright. Frick, no! Oh, actually, that's fine. Oh, this is gonna be a little counterintuitive. That's okay. Okay, so that's what the answers look like, alright? Yeah, I missed the curly brace. Yeah. 80 seconds. We'll only have 2 rounds though. Frick, do I need a comma separate them? Yeah, it's year first. You know, actually... hang on, I think I might just, you know, I'm just gonna do it the format normally, because I think, no, 2010. Alright, so... Alright, there's the invite link. I'll paste it in the chat. This is a little counterintuitive. That's no, he should like this. Oh frick! I have a bug in my script. Problem numbers are not pot. It's repeated. So all the problems are from 2010 to 2019. So this is 2000. Should I just have it like you have to say the answer twice? Maybe that's more natural. Let's just do that here. Alright, patience, friends. We're almost there. Okay, that should be a very natural format. You're using %d instead
Wait,
of...
Evan, you're messing up. I think. Or maybe
You're
I'm
using
just...
%. That's fine. What? DSN? Like, this is the entire output, right? I use %d for numbers and it works. I don't... Alright, oh wow, that's a lot of people. Holy shit. Okay, everyone who wants to play in. I'm gonna do 60 seconds. I feel like 80 is too long. Wait for me. Okay. We're waiting. Should I do the YouTube intro? Let me open all 10 shortlists. Alright, we can start. Alright, welcome back everyone to another Demanding Games Night. Today we have Scribble.io with shortlist problem numbers. Every shortlist number is repeated twice so that if you're only off by one character, you're actually off by 2 characters and the website won't tell you. And you just have, yeah, it's shortlist things. So for example, this is IMO shortlist 2010 A7. What is that problem? I have no idea. But we'll figure it out as we go. Let's go. Wait, did I vote? No. Ignore. Haha. Gave it a 0. Help. Alright. You have to be a little careful with leaking information. Everyone's doing the Geo. X? Oh, yeah, I might leak a bit of information by, like, having a slightly wrong answer. Yee, we're still winning. Blue Owl's doing quite well though. Oh shoot, I have it off by— No! Why didn't anyone stop me when I was writing the Python script? Okay, well, that's a shame. Okay, it's a grid. It's the heck is that? I see. This is one that was actually on the IMO. Terrible programmer. Oh, someone caught it for me actually. Beta AT? I actually don't know what this one is. What? Oh, AT, that's a parallel sign. Oh no! No! I know what this one is. The binomial coefficient is the wrong way. Ooh. I'm not winning anymore. What? Oh. Haha. I remember, this is that. Yeah. Man, Blue Whale knows these really well. The. Hey, we're back on top, everyone. Oh frick. 2013 C5 is Anna and Banana, right? No, it's not. That's the periodic. Oh, jeez. I don't know what this one is. Let's see. Pentagon. Pentagon. This is on Wigio. Alright. I'm out of space. What am I supposed to do? I'm writing conditions. I practically wrote out the whole statement. No! I tried. Huh, that's a bug. I don't think I should still have Okay, there's a rectangle. What? Wait, how do you guess from just that? What is this? Yes. Sisyphus. That's not how you spell Sisyphus! F. I don't like that problem that much. P of x, y, z. I was thinking the wrong problem. This is that one about very good. Whatever's. Ooh, I'm gonna lose some points. I thought this was the combo null one actually. It was. Oh, I told you it's 6. Where you have 2018 A6 is also polynomials with combo null in it. Oof. Okay, triangle geo, triangle geo. What? Oh. Haha. Perpendicular to the Euler line. It's the one that you're supposed to just complex bash. Circle HA hard. Circle hard. I thought it was gonna say circle HAD for circle or something. Yes, it's the one you're supposed to just complex bash. That is what I said. What? Oh. Okay, that clarifies it. R plus 2 is what gives it away. That's 2019 C2. I thought it might be 2004 C5 for a moment. Or something like that. What did I say? Oh, oops, sorry. I forgot that some of you are this. I mean, I assume you guys aren't watching because I'm literally typing in the answers. I guess I won't say them out loud either. That's fine. F of x plus y. Oh no, I don't know what any of it. Oh. There we go. Yeah, that FE is not much fun. Hey. No, don't spoil! Wow. I guess it works. Typing is hard. Are you supposed to put a dash to the Z like that? Happy. What? Cha-ching. Or something. Telescope. Oh no. That's such a bad circle. Oh my god. Oh no. The most important part actually is this. I don't exactly remember how it goes, but this should be good enough. This is modern art, everyone. Alright, we did it. Also, someone correctly pointed out earlier that my Python script forgot the +1 here, so we didn't get to use any of the last problems from any shortlist, which was sad. Alright. Alright, how are people feeling? Okay, let's go one more. Or alright, I'll copy the link for anyone that isn't in already. 3 rounds. Yeah, same link, same link. But this time the eights and stuff are actually in. Alright, welcome back everyone. We have another round of Scribble.io. It's gonna be IMO shortlist starting from 2010. So standard Scribble rules apply. You can draw you can write equations. You can't write like the numbers of the. You can't write the word itself, but you can write anything that's like in the plum statement, or like keywords. Yep. And because Scribble.io has a mechanism where they will tell you if you're off by one letter, that's really bad for this. So you have to write the answer twice, and that will prevent that mechanism from kicking in. All right. So with that, let's get started. And this is the image from last time. You can see my very great depiction of 2019 G4. Alright, it's another geo. Let's just randomly guess. That's not very much to go off of. Oh, it's a circle. Oh. No. What? Oh, are you kidding me? Alright, well, like... Wow, I'm in 7th place. That's like... Haha. Alright. People have figured out the year. No, keywords are fine. Like... Frick. What did I type? Alright, we're back in 3rd. Yeah, I think it's like there's a limit to how fast you can write words, so like unless people are literally writing the problem number, it's not... Like you can't actually put up too many words in the time. Okay, it's a thermometer, okay. What? Oh. I know what this one is. That's pretty funny. Croatian flags problem. Oh, frick. No, shoot, I don't. Wait, what? Really? No, what? This. Oh, that one. Oh, I thought it was the other. Okay. Median. I'm a little sad some people got it faster than me, but I think they typed it faster. I thought it was a little G is the thing. It threw me off. Oof, how far behind I am? Oh, I'm like 500 points behind. It's a triangle. It's probably a circumcircle. Is that an I or a 1? What? No! No! I feel like she could just have the points be dotted those colors. It's so hard to type, actually. Actually, I should use the number pad, shouldn't I? I should use the number pad. Well, I'm not sure. We're back in well, we're in second place. Geo! Oh no. What is that? P? Oh. That I'm not sure how I feel about that. I also don't think those points are labeled correctly. Okay. I tried. That's as good as I was gonna get. I agree, 2011 G3 is impossible to draw. It's impossible to draw even if you have a compass and a ruler, let alone on scribble.io. Alright. No, it's just... Nudge the screen over a little. I remember not solving this problem. Is that a pentagon? No. Oh. I know what, yeah. Alright, we're back at first, barely. W. A1. That's not how you spell tournament. Yeah, the guesses from 2020 are pretty funny. What? Oh. I think if you see this problem, you probably know what this is. I didn't remember the exact number. Alright, back on top, team. Which A0 plus 0. Ah. Well, yeah, when it gives the last digit away. Yeah. I thought the first character was Q sub n, and I was really confused what this was. And then I'm like, wait. When I saw the faction bar, I was like, oh, I did this problem at the IMO. I should recognize it. Okay. What is that? I think writing the year is also should also not be allowed if, even if it's related to the problem. But oh, God, no! Typing is hard. Well, it's too late now. It's no one's getting it anyway, so it's fine. Yeah, I think you should have. I think the geo picture would have been more helpful than the year anyways. Also, typing is so. I should use the number pad for entering the year. Yeah. Oh no. What is this? I don't understand. It's scribble.io, but all the answers are IMO shortlist problem numbers. How good do you think the 2020 SL will be? No comment. Shoot. Oh no. I know this. I don't know this is. I got nothing. That sounds about right. I remember not doing a problem that looked like this on some shortlist, but unfortunately I can't remember which one. Very cool. You're trying to hack the system. That's okay. Well, no one else is doing it. Okay. Oh no, it's a hexagon. What is that? Oh. No? Okay, I think I just haven't done that one. Oh no. Ew. Yes, this problem is required. Alright, we did it! This is actually pretty close. Oh god, alright. Alright, thank you all for watching. Hope that was entertaining. Oh man. This is called trivia knowledge. Alright. So that's all. What do you think? Do you think I do too much shortlist? Do you think I should react faster? Leave your comments. Like, subscribe. Do whatever. Yeah. And try to be more productive than me. Okay. How's January 2nd like? Feels just like January 1st. Over 1K. What are rewards? So doing an intro sounds like a really good reward actually. I'll put that on the menu at some point. Do other people have ideas for rewards? Create a reward. So to be honest, like I've had so much fun working on Mystery Hunt. I think 2020 was like not actually that bad of a year for me. I don't think that's true for most people, but I have really loved working on Mystery Hunt. But now I'm dying because Hunt is in 2 weeks. Yeah. Also Twitch stream has been a lot of fun as well. Yeah, when I first did the Twitch stream, I kind of thought it was just going to be like this one-time joke. And apparently people are still following, so... This is why I have to be careful when I try new things, because I end up stuck with them a lot of the time. Yeah, 47 episodes later, here we're still here. Yeah, for that 2013 A5, I should have written like Z non-negative first. That would have helped a lot, because there's not that many FEs that are on Z non-negative. In hindsight. Is FFF is F plus 1 plus 1? I guess. Stream is still going? Yeah, but we're about to adjourn. Non-negative integers equals n? Depends who you ask. I have been working with the convention that n is positive integers. Yeah, in the United States, n is typically positive integers. But if you go to other places, n is frequently non-negative integers. W should be whole numbers? Oh no. What is the weirdest FE domain restriction you've seen? 2015 has a functional equation from 2z plus 1, like the set of odd integers to itself. And the solution set, that problem I decided was too hard for monsters. So it might be in the Z version as an optional 9-point problem. But there's a 2z plus 1 functional equation, and its solution set is not pleasant. Here, actually, I will show you the solution set right now, just because you're not going to remember it if you ever try the problem yourself later. Let's see. IMO 2015 shortlist. 2015 A5. Yeah, this is a problem that appeared. Find all functions from the odd integers to itself that satisfy this, and this is a solution set. And the solution looks like this. Yeah, I don't know. I remember this one. Part of the reason I remember this is that it showed up on MOP as a practice test problem, and it was number 2. And you can imagine how well that test went for most people. Yeah, alright. Alright, thanks everyone for coming through. Yeah. Alright. Alright, see you all.